All right, shalom, shalom. Before I get started with this video, I'd like to give all praises and honors and infinite glory unto Yahweh, Bahashem, Yahweh Shai, Bahashem, Rakakadash. And I'd like to say shalom to my apostles, my elders of Great Millstone. Peace and salutations. All right, and those who rule well, and peace and salutations unto the elect, to Joachim out there stiffly pushing, and to Joachwaf out there scattered abroad throughout the four corners of the earth, the tabernacle of King David, scattered abroad. So this is a little quick impromptu video. Really, it's a quick just a quick intro to the video. Now this video, we're gonna expose the Kabbalah, or as you would call the rabbis. All right, those people in the land of Israel. Okay, and I hope this video can help you wake up to understand that those people in the land of Israel are frauds, man. Yahweh Shai called them the synagogue of Satan, man. Those people that wear the small hats, all right, they practice the teachings of the Talmud, all right, which endorses pedophilia, man. It endorses homosexuality and pedophilia, which you will see going on in the video. And a lot of your celebrities and politicians and athletes, all of them belong to the Kabbalah. Even all of them belong to the Kabbalah, man. Even the top Satanists, Eliphas Levi and Aleister Crowley, practice the Kabbalah, okay? And they were members of the Kabbalah, man, okay? So, and y'all got to understand that this religion goes back decades, man, okay? Under Judaism and under Freemasonry, man, okay? They practice the teachings of the Kabbalah. And these, just remember, man, these small hats, man, because y'all got to remember, man, they all goes back to Pharaoh, man, okay? It goes, no, Salaki, it goes back to King Herod, man, because King Herod was, a lot of people don't understand, King Herod was an Edomite, man, all right? And King Herod wanted Yahweh Shai killed, man, okay? But what a lot of people don't understand, man, is them small hats is who got Yahweh Shai killed, man. They were the ones who killed Yahweh Shai, man. That's what a lot of people don't understand, man, okay? But I wanted to bring out these scriptures, all right? This is Revelation chapter 2 and verse 9. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Okay? Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. He that hath an ear, let him hear. All right? What the Spirit said unto the churches, he that overcometh shall not be hurt of the second death. And to the angel of the church in Pergamos write these things, said he which hath the sharp sword with two edges. I know thy works, and where thou dwellest, even where Satan's seat is, and thou holdest fast my name, and hast not denied my faith, even in those days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you where Satan dwelleth. And this was the point, all right? Verse 4 was the point. But I have a few things against thee, because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Baal, who taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed unto idols, and to commit fornication. Okay, and that's the religion of the Kabbalah. Because when you look into Madonna and them, when all these children go missing, notice that they get all these, but notice when Madonna and them, you know, back then, because Madonna is a Kabbalist, man. Michael Jackson is a Kabbalist, Tucker Carlson is a Kabbalist, Donald Trump is a Kabbalist, man. All your so-called famous celebrities, Ashton Kutcher, Demi Moore, you can look these things up, man. Do your research, man. All right? Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, Rihanna, Ariana Grande, Rita Ora, I said Britney Spears, I said Chris Brown, All these people are members of the Kabbalah, man. Okay, and it's undeniable proof of it, man. I think Miley Cyrus is a member of the Kabbalah too, man. Okay, Angelina Jolie, I believe she's a Kabbalah member. Why you think? What's her name? What's that actress name? She changed this black dude. She changed this little black boy's sex. I can't remember what's her name. Charlize Theron, that's her name. She's a member of the Kabbalah too, man. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want y'all to know who the Kabbalah is. See, they'll play dumb and call you an anti-Semite because they don't want you to know their teachings, man. And the people that follow, like Aleister Crowley, Eliphas Levi, all your top Albert Pike, all your top Satanists, Luciferians, man, they all practice the Kabbalah teachings, man. Because those were the same people that killed Yahweh Shai, man. That's what a lot of people don't know, man. Okay? Why you think these children, when they get these children from these orphans, mainly the black ones, why you think they end up go missing, man? Madonna be sacrificing all these black little boys, man. And this is a fact, man. Okay? All these children that end up going missing, their organs get taken. Who you think's behind that? The small hats are, man. Okay? Like think about with LeBron James, man. Why he go to that rabbi party, man? Because he's a member of the Kabbalah, man. Okay? Listen, man, look these things up, man. And when the scriptures say don't fear, listen, man, don't fear what these small hats, these Kabbalists will do to you, man. Hey, if they put you in a concentration FEMA camp, man, hey, don't fear them, man. You fear Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai, okay? Hey, if you got to go through that trial, man, then hey, man, go through that trial like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, okay? But the purpose of this video is to expose the Kabbalah, okay? That's the purpose, okay? These people, listen, man, in their teachings, look into the Talmud, man. They promote pedophilia. They say it's okay to have sex with 9-year-old little boys and to have sexual relations. They say it's okay to have sexual relations with a 3-year-old kid, man, a 3-year-old baby. And they said when a woman is at her full adult age is 3 years old, man. That's in the Talmud, man. You can look these things up. I'm not making this up, man. Okay, and you're gonna see that going in the video, man. These people worship Baphomet, man. They worship Satan and they sacrifice children unto Baal, man. And you're gonna see that later on in the video, man. But understand, man. Hey, man, if this video gets taken down, I'm going to put it on all the other platforms anyway, man. All right? But understand, man, that these people under the Kabbalah, they don't want you to know this, man. All right? They don't want you to know who they really are, man. That's why they hide their identity. That's why they hide the Talmud. That's why they hide all that, man. Okay? Because they don't want you to know, man. Okay? They don't want you to know that we're the true Jews, man. We're the real people. Not those people in the land of Israel, man. They're the synagogues of Satan, man. The children of Satan. Okay? That's what y'all got to understand, man. They believe in child sacrifice, man. And on top of that, guess what they do as soon as babies are born? They suck, you know what's crazy? They suck the blood out of the penis of a baby, man. And this is considered circumcision. This is what the rabbis do, man. But these are the so-called chosen people, right? And they don't believe in Yahweh Shai. That's why Yahweh Shai called them the synagogues of Satan, man. But understand, brothers and sisters, it's under the tribe of Amalek, okay? But know, brothers and sisters, who your enemies are. It's time to wake up, come back to the knowledge of these scriptures and who you are according to the Bible. Repent, acknowledge who you are so you don't be destroyed in the thermonuclear war when World War III happens, all right? Now, I hope you sincere brothers and you sincere sisters enjoy this video, all right? If they take this video down, like I said, man, share this video everywhere, man, okay? But like I said, man, I hope y'all enjoy this video, all right? Share it with everybody, all right? But understand who the synagogues of Satan are, man. The children of Satan under the Kabbalah, the Talmud, all right? Under these secret societies, these top Luciferians, all right? All your celebrities, your politicians, all of them belong to them, man. All of them do. Democrat, Republican, they all the same people. Tucker Carlson, all of them, man. Why you think he got that red bracelet on, man? Okay? But anyways, I hope y'all enjoy this video. Like, share, subscribe. All right? Enjoy the video. And let me know what you think in the comments below. All right? And I hope this wakes somebody up. All right, I'm out.
Chapter 2. Unto the angel of the church of Ephesus write, These things saith he that holdeth the seven stars. Thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews.
Rabbi Mintz discussed that these people were sacrifices to atone for our sins. Isn't it true that Judaism doesn't believe in human sacrifices?
Of course not. I said we don't make sacrifices, but if it happens, the murderers made them into sacrifices. We don't believe in and going ahead and making. We don't make some sacrifices, but the non-Jews believe in Jewish people being sacrifices. They make them. We don't do it. They do it. So they make them the sacrifices. They're sacrifices. It's a fact of life. That's what they did. So it's not. We want it to be that way, but it's God's will, and we accept it. We have no choice. If we had a choice, we'd accept it anyway. It's God's will. It said sometimes people, you come to a Shiva house, and people are talking, and they say, well, what can we do? What can we do? So those words are not to be said, what can we do? As if we could do something, we'll do something against God's will. We have to only do with God's will. If we could do something, if that's not God's will, we wouldn't do it anyway. And what could we do? What can we do to make it God's will that things shouldn't happen like that? That we could talk about. What can we do to, but not say, what could we do if God wants something to happen? What can we do against him? Chas v'sholom. We're not going to do against him. So we have to be careful what we mean when we say, what can we do? When something bad happens, what can we do? We have to know what that means. We have to have the right idea.
Disturbing allegations are surfacing in a very unexpected place. A man who was supposed to bring joy and holiness to the Jewish ritual of circumcision is now accused of something unthinkable, spreading a deadly disease to innocent babies. News 12's Tara Rosenblum joins us now with her special report, Cradle of Secrets.
It's a topic that not many people want to talk about, but an unlikely whistleblower, a young Orthodox Jewish woman, is now speaking out, claiming a local rabbi is infecting babies, making them sick. And what's worse, she says no one is doing anything to stop him. For centuries, when a Jewish baby boy is born, the ancient ritual of circumcision is performed. But in some ultra-Orthodox communities, religious leaders, known as moyals, also engage in something controversial during the bris. In a practice known as Metzitze Bepeh, or just MBP, the moil actually uses his mouth to suck the blood from the infant's penis after he cuts off the foreskin. Meant to prevent infection and serve as a celebration of life, News 12 has learned the little-known practice has turned into a curse for life for some babies involved in our area. And it's all because of a local rabbi who's alleged to have a sexually transmitted disease.
The rabbis are going to take care of it. They won't let him get away with it.
According to these documents we obtained from the State Health Department, Rabbi Yitzhak Fisher of Muncie has been tied to at least 3 herpes infections in babies, one of whom died back in 2004. Shortly after the tragic death, Rabbi Fisher was forbidden from practicing NBP in New York. But despite this state-issued ban, one concerned mother tells us the infected moil is still placing innocent lives at risk.
They should be arresting Rabbi Fisher. He should be in jail for murder, for homicide, for infanticide.
This outraged parent will call Rena, who asked us to disguise her face and voice, claims she can prove Rabbi Fisher is still practicing MBP. She says she very recently secretly recorded a phone conversation with him in which she requested the rabbi to perform the controversial service.
There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. I can only do interruption tactics. That's perfectly okay.
But at one point during the call, Rena questions the safety of oral suction and references the recently reported death of a baby in New York City just last September.
The baby passed away on Rosh Hashanah. It took them 5 months for the health department to convince the medical examiner to add the word oral suction to record the death. The medical examiner did not want to do it. But then we had to fix it up, it was enough to make the issue.
Were you shocked when Rabbi Fisher told you that?
Shocked is an understatement. It's unbelievable that this goes on, and this man is maiming and killing children, babies.
Yet we found no shortage of Hasidic Jews in Muncie willing to defend the rabbi.
Everybody knows he's an honest person.
And his actions.
We used him and his son in the past, and we've been very happy with him.
Traditionally, it's the right thing to do, and we think he's a good person and he's doing it right.
This is part of our law, what we have to do.
Not so, says Rabbi Yehoshua Krohn.
It makes me cringe.
The 5th-generation Moyle lives just minutes away from Rabbi Fisher, who practices MBP in a very different way.
Judaism mandates that we do this mitzvah, this commandment, but in a way that is na'im, which is sweet, meaning that there is no hurt. The point is that there is no harm to the child. In religious circles where they want the metzitza b'peh, we use only the tube. And for those that want it over and beyond the tube, we'll call someone who will do it that way for them.
But you never know when that someone else could have a sexually transmitted disease. Just last month, yet another baby got infected with herpes after undergoing MBP in Orange County. Now, Rena is on a mission to spread awareness about the dangers of oral suction, something her own son went through without her even knowing.
After the circumcision takes place, I'm handed the baby, but I have no idea what happened there. It's like being in surgery. You're not there when the baby has surgery. I was shocked. I couldn't get over it. I told my husband, we allowed this to happen? He said, nobody asked. This is just how things are done. So I want the Department of Health telling people this is what takes place. You can do it if you want, but know the facts. Know that you're putting your baby at risk.
Now, Rockland County's Health Commissioner, Dr. Joan Fussell, refused to speak with us on camera about any of that, but she did tell us that they've agreed to start handing out this informational pamphlet called Before the Bris, How to Protect Your Baby Against Infections. These brochures will be handed out to all parents of newborn boys here in Rockland County. As for Rabbi Fisher, who we repeatedly tried but were unable to reach, the health department told us he should not be performing MBP anywhere in the state. But because the victims' families refused to press charges against him, it appears their hands are tied when it comes to enforcing the ban, meaning Rabbi Fisher's hands are still free to perform a centuries-old ritual that could place another baby's life at risk. Now, while Rabbi Fisher is not facing any criminal charges that we're aware of, multiple sources have told us he is being looked at by the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office. In the meantime, Rena's just hoping by coming forward, more families will have the courage to speak out, or at the very least, ask more questions before their baby is circumcised. Tara Rosenblum, News 12.
In the Halacha, in Yeridea, that's the second section of the 4 sections of Halacha called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. In chapter 266, Halacha 3, 4, 5, and 6, he describes how the circumcision is to be done. He says after the cutting, the mohel does what is called metzitza, and metzitza means to suck and it means doing so with his mouth. And one could say, well, why can't you use a tube? Well, you could, technically, but it's not the custom as to how it was done. Now, why is it that way? Well, you could say that in the olden days you didn't have tubes. Now you can have tubes, so why not? The answer, as I thought about it, is that it's not as effective because the tube does not seal as well, it's not as pliable, and furthermore, it's not as quick and it's not as close. You have to have a quick suction action, you have to have more pliability, and also there's the theory, some people feel that it is, some people feel that it's not, that the saliva of a human being has some antiseptic qualities, and it's actually brought in the halacha of the Talmud that the saliva of certain people were actually used as curatives. And so saliva is not a bad thing. Saliva has elements of cleaning, of antiseptic elements within it, and the other part of it is that the suction process of the mouth is quicker, more pliable, and it's more exact and works much better. Now, this of course is technical. So I thought, is there another element to the idea of Metzitza B'Peh that I might be able to communicate with you? And this is not authoritative. So relax. If I'm wrong, fine. Then I'm wrong. In his translation of the book called the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation,
what does it take to make a person a Jew? Belief in God? No. Belief in the Bible? No. Be a good person? No. The only thing it takes to be a Jewish person is to have a Jewish mother. If your mother's Jewish, you are Jewish. If your mother's not Jewish, you are not Jewish. Now there's one exception to this rule. A proper convert, a kosher convert. If you have an Orthodox conversion, then you become a Jewish person. But we not only do not encourage this, we discourage it. You should follow the path that you were born to. You're born not Jewish, follow the 7 commandments of Noah. You'll have a good life in this world and a share in the world to come. But if you insist on becoming a Jew, and even though we tell you not to do it, you insist in come, then we'll help you to become a Jew. But you have a problem here. If you become a member of a religion and then later change your mind and go to another religion, you're no longer a member of that first religion. But if you become a Jew through a kosher conversion and become a Jewish person, and then you decide to follow some other religion, you're still a Jew. And the problem with that is God's not going to be happy with a Jew who follows that other religion. So if you're not Jewish, you should follow the 7 commandments of Noah and have a good life. If your mother is Jewish, you're a Jew. Hi, where are you from?
Hi, Oklahoma.
What are you doing in Israel?
I'm on a Jewish heritage tour.
But are you Jewish?
No,
So what are you doing on a Jewish heritage tour?
I'm converting
Ah, how are you converting?
through Orthodox.
Through the Orthodox?
Chabad, yeah.
Through Chabad?
Yeah.
Great. Any Orthodox conversion is kosher and proper, and you become a Jewish person.
Why is Orthodox conversion the best? Or
It's not the best, it's the only. Because when someone converts to become a Jew, they become a Jewish person, not a Jewish believer.
Right.
Now, if somebody converts according to Reform and becomes a Jew according to the Reform movement, only the Reform movement will say they're Jewish.
Okay.
If somebody converts according to the conservative movement, both the conservative and the Reform Jews will say he's Jewish. But if someone converts according to the Orthodox tradition, then all the Jews in the world will say that person's Jewish. Now, since you want to become a Jewish person, you're converting Orthodox, you want to be accepted by all the Jews in the world.
Yeah.
Therefore, you don't want to be a Reform convert or a conservative convert. You want to be a Jew. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, when you become a Jew, you don't become a Jewish believer. You become a Jewish person.
Okay.
So you be sure this is what you want to do, or don't do it. Because later you can't change your mind. You can never stop being a Jew once you're a Jew, no matter what you believe.
All right.
All right?
Yes. is.
Okay. Make sure it's where you want to go.
It is.
Okay. Have a good life, young man.
Thank you.
I know you know because I've heard it on your show before. I mean, we steal 100 to 300,000 children a year just here in this country, and we drain the blood and we mix it with the Passover bread, and then we throw the bodies into the slaughterhouses that we own, and we grind up all the bodies in the sausage and the hamburger. McDonald's is one of our favorite outlets, and the people, they eat it for breakfast, they eat it, their children for lunch, and you know, us Jews, you know, we gotta do what we do. The most important thing to remember between you, Pastor Wickstrom, and me, Rabbi Avi Finkelstein of New York, that we both have two fathers, and so that's why we look at the world in two different ways.
And we know that there's a massive collision that's going to take place between two forces, don't we?
Well, that's what your book says. Our book says that we're going to take over the world. You know, our father Lucifer, the number one thing of all the organizations out there on the earth that we would want to infiltrate and take over of Goyim, obviously would be the churches. So we attacked them first, and we attacked them most. And we infiltrated the Catholic Church right from the very beginning. Why do you think the Pope and all the cardinals and the bishops wear a yarmulke? The white race never figures this out. And so then we took all your books that had all your scriptures in there, and we burned them. And then we wrote them in Latin so that you couldn't understand them. But we understood Latin because we're Jews and we're smart and we're educated. But you, Goyim out there, you never teach yourself. You don't self-teach. You're always looking for somebody else to do it for you. So you wind up being schleppers all your life.
שלמה אומר, בין אם יהודים בין אם לא יהודים, שרוצים משפט שלנו. בגלל הספר גם, ולבוא שלהם, חדשות. видите, что ли, אומר לא לבדוק אם מגיע לו לא מגיע לו. פה, לתת לו כל מה שמגיע. תמיד זה проверяем. кто человек, еврей, не еврей, любой человек должен подойти. גם יש כבוד כולנו להתפלל ביחד איתך.
אנחנו נמצאים כאן, נכנסנו לפה, ולמעשה הכותל, עם הבניינים בתים האלה, נפגשים את כל הכותל עד הסוף.
עשיתי גם
הם בנו על קשתות, זאת אומרת כל הרוב הראשוני, כל העיר העתיקה תלויה באוויר.
FC Barcelona received a warm welcome as the team arrived in Jerusalem at the start of its Middle East peace tour. All the big names made the journey, including Fabregas, Lionel Messi, and new signing Neymar. The squad's first stop was the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, where hundreds of fans gathered to see their footballing heroes as they toured the site believed to be the birthplace of Jesus. The team went on to meet Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas, with Barcelona FC president Sandro Rosell saying that the team's trip to the Holy Land was in harmony with Israeli-Palestinian negotiations held last week in Washington, and that Barcelona Football Club would do everything possible to help with the peace process. The team then headed to the Dura Stadium in southern Hebron, where thousands of jubilant fans watched striker Lionel Messi and his teammates show off their skills to adoring young players.
A house of prayers. The rabbi would say.
Jonathan Sachs loves you. Mr. Clinton, Jerusalem is Jewish. Jerusalem, all right?
בוא, תתקרב אליו, בוא. על הכיפאק. אני לא יכול בכלל. ווילי. לא להיכנס באמצע, רבותיי. סולי, בוא. מה בפרצוף שלו? לא בפרצוף. קצת כבוד. רגע, אני אשים לה מילה. רגע, אחת. כן, יש להם ביקורת. לא, ווילי. Over there. The left, bro. This one. This side. Yeah, ماشي. לכו אחורה, רבותיי. לא יוצאים. איפה? קח כיפה, קח. You have a keep on, right? Yeah, I have a keep on. Here, I got one too.
חווה שיק ואחותה התאומה מרים נולדו בנובי סאד שבסרביה. ב-1942 בהיותן בנות 3 נלקחו לשפת נהר הדנובה, שם בוצע רצח המוני בידי המשטרה ההונגרית. האחיות ניצלו בידי רומן אריך פצ'ה, קצין ורמאכט אוסטרי, שהעבירן לבודפשט ומצא בעבורן מחסה במנזר. לאם המנזר, האחות רנאטה, ולקצין פצ'ה העניק יד ושם את אות חסידי אומות העולם. כל משפחת התאומות נרצחה באושוויץ. יוסף ג'ו גוטדנקר נולד בסנדיומיז' שבפולין. אביו נלקח למחנה ריכוז והוא ואימו הוסתרו בבית משפחת ז'ולוב, משפחה קתולית פולנית. לאחר שסייעו לאימו של יוסף לברוח עם המחתרת הפולנית, גידלו בני הזוג ז'ולוב את יוסף כבנם, והוכרו אחר כך כחסידי אומות העולם על ידי יד ושם. לאחר המלחמה התאחד יוסף עם הוריו. משה העליון נולד בתסלוניקי.
О сохранении памяти погибших от рук фашистов и недопустимости искажения истории говорили сегодня премьер Владимир Путин и главный раввин России Бер-Лазар. Встреча прошла в преддверии Международного дня памяти жертв Холокоста. Тема беседы стала, в частности, отношение Киева к трагедии Второй мировой войны. Напомню, что в этой стране, особенно в западных регионах, идет процесс так называемой героизации представителей дивизии СС и участников карательных отрядов. В то время как о подвигах борцов с нацизмом предпочитают не говорить, и делается это в том числе с подачи властей. Такой подход Бер-Лазар назвал страшным и неприемлемым.
Для нас, евреев, то, что сделала советская армия и Красная армия во время Второй мировой, это никогда мы не забудем. И музей тоже будем это очень четко подчеркнуть и рассказать реальность, то, что было.
Очень внимательно смотрю за тем, что происходит в мире, особенно по поводу проблем, связанных с возвращением истории, с отрицанием, скажем, Холокоста и так далее. Хочу отметить, что касается сохранения памяти о жертвах нацизма, а все, что касается сохранения информации о реалиях трагических событий Второй мировой войны, еврейские организации всегда выступают нашими последовательными союзниками.
Welcome everybody. How are you? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Look who's here. Good to see you. Yes, of course I do. Of course I do. Very pleased to see you all here. Nice to see you. How are you, Rabbi? Good to see you, sir. Now come on in, and we'll sit over here. Just I'll take that end seat. You won't sit right along anywhere.
Rabbi,
how are you? Sir, pleased to see you. Welcome. Well, welcome. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming by. I do, and I'm glad to see you. Thanks for coming back. You remember that man up there? How's he doing? Good man. Come on in, everybody. So let's sit here. Who will take this seat? I'll sit. Yeah.
Before we sit down, I would like to ask the Grand Rabbi's son, Rabbi Aaron Teisman, who is also the rabbi of the Kiryas Joel village in Monroe, to recite a special prayer in honor of the President of the United States. This is a special custom in Jewish tradition for many, many years, and I really appreciate it. You give us the time to recite this beautiful prayer. Anoisen Chia Lam Luchem in Amshulu Lam Sichem. Malchisa Malchus Kololumim, Hapoitzes Duvid Avdo Mechere Bru, Hanois Mayom Derech V'Maim Azim Sivu, He Yehuda v'Yishma v'Yinsa v'Yaza v'Yeroyme v'Gadal v'Yinasa l'malas Nisi Atas Habis George Bush Mishnai and Kuwait Meilach Malach Amluchim Berachmov Yechaim Yishmeran Kol Tzur v'Yugam v'Nezek Yatzilan Meilach Malach Amluchim Berachmov Yitim B'Livom Rachmunis Lasis Toivis Imudi B'Im Kol Yisur Yimayim Yimayim Terusha Yehidu Yisur Yishkel Veitach Vulit Zingoyim Igul Zingoyim V'Chaim Yerushalayim and Umayim. I would like to translate it, if you like. President. He who grants deliverance to kings and dominion to princes. His kingship is a kingship of all worlds. He who has rescued David, his servant, from the evil sword, who put a road through the sea and a path amid the mighty waters. May he bless, preserve, and guard, help, and exalt, and make great, and raise high the President of the United States, the George Bush, and his Vice President. May the Supreme King of Kings in his mercy sustain them in life and preserve them. And from all distress, sorrow, and hurt, may he save them. May the Supreme King of Kings in his mercy instill in their hearts compassion to do good with us and with all the people of Israel. In their days and in ours, may Judah be delivered and the people of Israel dwell in security. And the Redeemer come to Zion. May this be his will, and let us all say, Amen.
Amen. Very sweet. Very sweet. See you there. Well, it's a pleasure to see some of you again, and some for the first time, but I'm delighted to see you. Sorry, it's a little epic. We're on to Pennsylvania.
I always treasured the time I spent with Rabbi Sachs. He was a wise and gracious man, and above all, he was a leader of immense vision. I saw this myself through his involvement with the National Library of Israel, a project very clear to both our hearts, and where his insight was integral to his success. Afterwards, he wrote me a wonderful letter, and I'd like to quote from it to you. This cannot but add immeasurably to a renewal of Jewish identity as the people who chose, instead of the idea of power, the power of ideas, who predicated their survival not on armies, but on academies, who first taught the world that God created the universe by words. His generosity and spirit and kindness were on display when just last year he came to affix a mezuzah to the James and Dorothy de Rothschild room within Waddesdon Manor. His presence meant so much to me and my family for Rabbi Sachs, who somehow inspired people of all faith, and none as a result of his deep sense of spirituality and humanity. I will greatly miss him.
In modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words: Dear Lord Rothschild.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition, it was, after all, in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. And those really are the background reasons.
So Walter received the Balfour Declaration, and I have a copy here. And I wonder if I could possibly ask you to read it for us.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'm going to put on my spectacles to make sure I read it accurately. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people. If you think it took 3,000 years to get to this, and then you say, how did this miracle happen? It's the most incredible piece of opportunism. I mean, if you think you had an impoverished would-be scientist, Chaim Weizmann, who somehow gets to England, meets a few people, including members of my family, seduces them. He has such great charm and conviction. He gets to Balfour, and he unbelievably persuades Balfour and Lloyd George, the Prime Minister, and most of the ministers, that this idea of the national home for Jews should be allowed to take place. I mean, it's so unlikely. And then he's, starts to fight a difficult battle with the British cabinet, and this letter goes through 5 drafts, as you know. And in the end, it comes out as a rather compromising letter. I mean, the essential point is there for the Jewish community to fasten on to. You have the first bit, which promises a national home rather than the national home, and then you have the bit that nothing that's to be done should in any way harm the Arab community. But you come back to the big point, which is that this is perhaps the greatest event in Jewish life for thousands of years. And it's a miracle.
And look what he said. And he charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem. That happened about 2,500 years ago. And now, 70 years for the state of Israel, something happened again. One of the biggest leaders of the world, again, President Donald Trump, and here we see the seal of America, he again recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, of the state of Israel, the people of Israel, and he also built a house in Jerusalem. But we don't want only the embassy. We hope, just as King Cyrus pushed us, the Jewish people, to rebuild the temple, we hope all the 70 nations and President Donald Trump, after he recognized Jerusalem as the spiritual, holy capital of the land of Israel, of the state of Israel, he will help us, the Jewish people, rebuild the third temple. And that's why we have the seal of America, the original Persian Empire.
Christianity and Islam and all the monotheism religious has a very, very important role to unify everybody, to worship the true living God, and to prosper and thrive according to God's will. It's so simple.
Do you think that the Vatican Pope Francis, he seems to have a similar message? Do you think that that Rome will go along with this too? Do you think this is...
No, I don't think so. In the U.S., there are 30,000 denominations of Christianities. So, according to what we received, part of them will be part of the redemption, part of them no. It's very, very simple. So, whomever will accept to be exactly as the nations, whomever will come as a person to come to be to worship God, he will be part of the redemption. As simple as that.
Just look around you. Look who's sitting here. And where are you from? Jamaica. And you're from the USA. And you're from
Argentina.
Argentina. And where are you
Guatemala.
from? Guatemala. Look at this. Look at this. And we have somebody from India. It's unbelievable. Here, in the center of Jerusalem, I'm surrounded people from other nations. and we're all talking about one thing, of the importance of Jerusalem, and the importance of peace, and the importance of the Geulah of redemption. So we're part of a prophetic process. That's what it's all about. And this president, he understood when nobody else understood. He understood we're not talking politics. We're not talking politics. We're talking Torah. We're talking prophets. That's what it's all about. And once we understand it, and I think he understood it, maybe he can't say it, but he knows. And he's pushing us. He's pushing us. And the whole world is there.
Can I ask,
where are you from?
England.
England, okay. Yeah, England also.
Can I ask, you said earlier that some of the temple is ready to be built in a prefab state. Is that true? Do you have part of the temple already built?
And it's exactly what we said before. It's not enough to pray for the temple. And if you pray for something, you have to believe. And to show that you believe something, you have to do. So that's why we have a lot of vessels made. We have a big altar that was made. We have programs, and yes, also some of the pieces of the temple, like this blocks itself, can be just transferred, exactly like the model we see over here, 15 times bigger than this, and the temple can be built.
As Trump says, every nation will keep his language, his culture, his beliefs. It's not globalization.
Okay.
It's to walk one God on Temple Mount.
What is a Muslim? What is a Muslim? Muslim in the Hebrew world is perfect. Whomever talks to God is perfect. According to the Quran, Ibrahim was Muslim. Moses was Muslim. He was perfect. And they got into a conclusion that the Messiah will be their Mahdi. Their Mahdi. So whenever I meet Muslims in many countries, I tell them, who was Muslim according to the Quran? Abraham, I'm from Ibrahim. Moses, Musa, I'm from Musa, I'm Levi. And the Mashiach, Messiah, will be the Mahdi. So actually our history is the same, our future is the same, so what is the problem now? And they ask us, really, what is the problem? I'm saying that the problem is only the radicals, they're the terrorists. But whenever everybody will support building the third temple, then everybody will prosper, because this is what the temple is for the whole world.
So you think that there could be some union between all the religions as part of this?
Absolutely. We already have unity, but everybody's afraid from the terrorists. But okay, so this is our job, to unify everybody to worship the only true living God in the third temple with all the nations that will worship God.
Hashem will be a king, the one king, and we will unite the whole world. So yes.
So you see that Jacob and Esau reuniting in the last days. So Muslims and Jews and Christians. Would be part of this one world, including some Kabbalistic and Eastern influences, all into one kind of religion in this temple. Is that?
I won't call it one kind of religion, and one kind of understanding.
Like a new way of thinking.
It's understanding that there is one God in heaven.
So it's kind of a new way, a higher consciousness, a higher way of thinking. Okay.
And at the end of times, everybody will understand that Hashem Echad U'Shmo Echad.
Okay.
God is one.
Okay. So, but this is a similar design to the third temple, and it's a very sort of kingly temple, isn't it? And I wanted to ask you this lamp. So you've got the lamp, that would be the lamp of Queen Helena, who is a Persian. I mistakenly thought it was Constantine's mother, Helena, but this is a Persian Queen Helena.
She was very fond of the Jewish people, as she converted to Judaism herself, and the sages liked her very much. And when she wanted to donate something to the temple, so she made this candelabra made of gold.
Okay.
And when the sun used to rise from the east,
Right.
would hit the gold candelabra, and it would spread the light like symbolically, but not only symbolically, from the temple.
So it reflects the sun.
It reflects the sun.
As it rises from the east, and this is what we're seeing in this picture over here, right? This is the sun reflection from the lamp of Queen Helena.
That's right.
And so we've got that kind of Persian thing again, and would it be right to say that there's some element of Kabbalah in this temple?
Well, Kabbalah is actually the inner part of the Torah. We have what the Torah tells us, and it's written in the Torah, and the Kabbalah is actually what isn't written, but we have to want to understand maybe about Little Persia and these all ancient nations, Eastern nations.
Religions.
So it's maybe religions.
So would you describe this as like a kind of a new world order, so to speak?
This is not an order. This is not order. It's different. It's the new world without any, let's say, negative and forbidden feelings, like hatred, like revenge. Like it will be only loving, appreciation, honoring. So this will be a new world, but not all order. It will be a new world, holistic, the holistic way, the way God wants it.
On here it says the Persian Empire. Do you think that this temple could somehow unite Islam, Muslim religion with Christianity and Judaism? Do you think that's...
So if we're talking about the Persian Empire, we know now that in Iran, which is where Persia is now, there's some different empire, but we're talking about the original Persian Empire. And yes, even in Iran, we have Iranians who are not Jewish, who want this coin because they understand that, yes, this is the place that will unite the whole world. And yes, the Jewish people have the power to unite the whole world. It's not us, not just the Jewish people, but as long as we are talking the words of Hashem, that's what Hashem is. Hashem Echad, U'Shmo Echad. Hashem is the one which can unite everybody.
Messiah will be the judge.
You believe the Mashiach ben David is coming to
Mashiach
this
ben
temple?
David is very soon, and he is a Jew, and he is not Jesus. And if the Christians want to hold it, they can hold it.
And Mashiach ben David
is not Jesus, and if the Christians want to hold it, they can hold it.
And Mashiach ben David would potentially be the Messiah that would rule over this unity, this one world unity.
The first king we had that was a real king was King David, and we know that the king that will be eventually leading the world will also be from Yehuda, like you said, Mashiach ben David. Or eventually, the leader of the world will be a king, but not a political king, but a spiritual king that will help all of us understand together what we are supposed to be doing in this world.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus is described as the Lion of the tribe of Judah and the Son of David. Do you think that maybe Jesus, Yeshua, could be the true Messiah, and we might have maybe a counterfeit that could show up?
People will understand. It's like, I don't know, a small kid when you offer him chocolate, or an adult. If you offer him money, nobody's going to say no to money, which is something very not spiritual. When we have the right understanding of what's important in the world, it'll be obvious to all of us that that's what we want. Everybody will be running after spirituality. So when that time comes, everybody will want it.
Okay, so we believe that the Antichrist will actually be the head of this deception before the real Mashiach comes. That's where we differ on our thinking at the moment. It says in the Temple Institute that there's going to be a Sanhedrin court.
Yes.
So they would make sort of judgments from the court in the temple. Is that?
If there is a special place in the temple for the Sanhedrin, my temple will be the center of the prayer of the whole world. This is what Isaiah says. So we know this will be the future, so we are just marching it. I know it's like a mathematical formula. We're getting closer and closer. The last Sanhedrin War was 1600 years ago, and we had the right code how to reestablish it, because we knew that it has to be established. And all the rabbis agreed on one rabbi that he is like Moses, he can, and all the rabbis agreed on one rabbi that he is like Moses, he can ordained other people. He ordained 3, and the 3 of them ordained 71 at Tiberias, exactly the same place where the last Sanhedrin sat 600 years ago. So this is part of the process.
يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى موائد جود مولاك ارجعي يا نفس إن لم تظفري لا تجزعي وإلى موائد جود مولاك ارجعي وإذا تأخر مطلب فلربما
duty to each other and our country. May we move forward together, seeking to build a future that reflects the will of God and His values based on the 7 Noahide laws that will unite us all together. Amen.
thing? Yeah. Didn't you see my Kabbalah bracelet? What's Kabbalah? About $1.75? Honestly, I have no idea. I'm just a slave to trends.
Новым портом и промышленно-технологическим кластером, где будут развернуты производственные и перерабатывающие предприятия, также с участием российского капитала.
My next guest was used also in worshiping the devil, participated in human sacrifice rituals and cannibalism. She says her family has been involved in rituals for generations. She is currently in extensive therapy, suffers from multiple personality disorder, meaning she's blocked out many of the terrifying and painful memories of her childhood. Meet Rachel, who is also in disguise to protect her identity. You come from generations of ritualistic abuse?
Yes, my family has an extensive family tree, and they keep track of who's been involved and who hasn't been involved. And it's gone back to, like, 1700.
And so you were...
Right. I was born into a family that believes in this.
And does everyone else think it's a nice Jewish family? From the outside, you appear to be a nice Jewish girl?
Definitely.
And you all are worshiping the devil inside the home?
Right. There's other Jewish families across the country. It's not just my own family.
Really? And so who knows about it? Lots of people now.
I talked to a police detective in the Chicago area, and several of my friends know, and I've spoke publicly before. And
so when you were brought up in this kind of evilness, did you just think it was normal?
I've blocked out a lot of the memories I had because of my multiple personality disorder. But yes, I mean, it's like if you grow up with something, you think it's normal.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought
So what kinds of things? You don't have to give us the gory details, but what kinds of things went on in the family?
Well, there would be rituals in which babies would be sacrificed, and you would have to, you know...
Whose babies?
There were people who bred babies in our family. No one would know about it. A lot of people were overweight, so you couldn't tell if they were pregnant or not, or they would supposedly go away for a while and then come back. The other thing I want to point out, not all Jewish people sacrifice babies. I mean, no. It's not a very typical thing. I just want to point that out.
This is the first time I heard of any Jewish people sacrificing babies. But anyway, so you witnessed the sacrifice?
Right. When I was very young, I was forced to participate in that, in which I had to sacrifice an infant.
And the purpose of sacrifice is to what? Is to bring you what? What are you sacrificing for?
For power.
Uh-huh. Power. And so, were you ever used? Were you ever used yourself?
I was molested. I was raped several times.
Mm-hmm. And what's your mother doing?
She's
in all of this. What's her role in all of this?
I'm not exactly what her role is. I haven't, recovered all of my memories, but her family was extremely involved. Mm-hmm. She brought me to it. Mm-hmm. Both of my parents brought me to it.
And where is she now?
She lives in the Chicago metropolitan area. She's on the Human Relations Commission of the town that she lives in, and she's an upstanding citizen. Nobody would suspect her.
Were you raised with a sense of right and wrong, Rachel?
Yes. I mean, it's like I had both. I mean, to the outside world, everything we did was proper and right, and then there were the nights that things changed, that things just got turned around. What was wrong was right, and what was right was wrong. That's what helps to create somebody to develop MPD.
Mm-hmm. Multiple personality.
Right.
Now, in your family, did you all call it worshiping the devil,
No,
Rachel? Or
I don't know.
It was just evil, things you did.
Right. Well, I said it was evil, and they said it was good. There's a book that I had just come across called Lilith's Cave, which is a book of Jewish mysticism and supernatural. And there's a lot in that book that relates to what I, endured when I was a child.
Supermodel Naomi Campbell has spent her 42nd birthday in the West Bank, flanked by Palestinian guards and her own minders. Campbell lit candles in the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, where Christians believe Jesus was born.
Something I always dreamed of doing, and as much traveling as I've done around the world, I've never come here. So I came here. I'm happy to be here. Just weapons and war and greed and oil and, just hope it all stops. I care about health and good vibrations, not destruction.
Campbell later celebrated her birthday at the nearby Casa Nova Palace restaurant before being shuttled away amid heavy security. Campbell this week also visited the Western Wall, a key Jewish holy site in Jerusalem's Old City.
God promised him that from here he will listen to the... And we dug here under all those houses, and we found all the building from the first temple period. And
what I pray for, what everybody wants, is to see peace and reconciliation, and imagination, generosity, and tolerance. And that's what Jerusalem is all about. It is about three great faiths coming together in one place, in the holiest city in the world, if you put them together. And I think that anybody who comes here wants to see that spirit of understanding. Thank you.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem visiting the Western Wall in Jerusalem. She was there showing a sign of solidarity after Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, two Israeli embassy staff members, were shot and killed leaving an event at a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C. last week. Here's what she had to say while she was there.
Today we stand together with profound grief, and our hearts are heavy with the loss of these two radiant souls that we will no longer have with us. Their lives were so full of promise and love and dedication, and may they be an inspiration to us of how to live our daily lives as well.
Noem also met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and her time in Israel followed a stop in Bahrain, where she visited a naval base and met with Coast Guard personnel, serving meals and signing autographs.
It's overwhelming, and I'm so thankful to get to be here, and very thankful to know that the American and Israeli link connection will grow and strengthen as we seek peace along with you. It's overwhelming to be here. Thank you.
Americans in here in Israel.
There is this inextricable tie between culture, religion, ethnicity that most people don't fully understand. That is unique and, how can I say it, so strong with Jews worldwide. There is a, I mean, I used to say early on when I was a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
The real purpose of the Jewish people was that they picked up Kabbalah from the Babylonians back in maybe 5th century before Christ. And that they kept it. It eventually becomes, Kabbalah is essentially, it's a form of, and people would say magic. I mean, Gary Lockman says that what we think of as occultism is all essentially Kabbalah, at least in the West. It's a form of magic. It's a form of, I'm going to butcher this because I'm not a scholar on it. But essentially, what Nick Land believes is that the Jewish people, they kept the Kabbalah, it eventually becomes digital life, through ones and zeros.
But it's a Gnostic religion, which is to say it's hidden from non-initiates.
Yeah, I mean, there's a mainstream version of it, but it eventually kind of becomes what they believe. It's a precursor to digital life. So what Land and a lot of these people believe is that the actual salvation that the Jewish people provided was keeping Kabbalah, which eventually becomes digital life, which eventually becomes AI, which eventually becomes the creatures in the Book of Revelation, which essentially later go on to destroy humanity and fulfill the Book of Revelation. But that is a good thing.
I'll be shocked. I mean that. Now, why would that be a good thing?
For a lot of these guys, like Nick Land, he calls himself a theosophist. Theosophy, again, it's a hard thing to untie, but in part because the religion itself was kind of a mishmash. It was a 19th century philosophy formally put in place by Madame Blavatsky, I think in 1875.
A Russian emigre to London.
Yes, and she came from a long background of Freemasons and German, she came from a very occult. Her first cousin was the president of Russia, Sergei Witt. Again, probably butchering a lot of names here, but
Madame Blavatsky was a very famous person in 19th century.
Yeah, she was essentially the mother of the New Age movement. So what she believed, it's Western esotericism mixed with Eastern religion. It's essentially proto-hippie, proto-California counterculture stuff. A great book on this, one of my favorite books, is a book by Martin Green called Mountain of Truth about Ascona, Switzerland. It's about the birth of the modern counterculture, the California counterculture, whether it was Trotsky and Lenin or...
I didn't know what the Talmud was until pretty recently. I'm reading it. I actually think it's really interesting.
It's very interesting.
The Rabbi Reb Hershela was a great holy man and master of Kabbalah.
It was funny. My rabbi was in the hospital at the exact same time for something, and I went and woke up, and I went and met him and read the Torah with him, and I felt better. And it was a very bizarre thing, and it just passed. Yeah.
That's how it works. Just talk amongst yourselves. Talks amongst yourselves? Don't worry, it's gonna go way up from here. Oh, it's so great to be here in downtown LA or wherever we are. And nice tab t-shirt, awesome. And I was able to kind of walk around, and I found myself a great Kabbalah session in the area, and I was able to really had an amazing Kabbalah thing, and I feel so much better than you. A lot of people think that Kabbalah is some sort of trend or some sort of fad religion, and it's just not so. The Kabbalah is actually an ancient Judaic mysticism, and I know you hear Judaic and you're like, ew, is that Jewish? It's totally not Jewish. It's like, oh, hi. Maybe it's like the tiniest slice Jewish, but with none of the big noseness. How do I explain Kabbalah? Oh, I wish my grandma was here. It's not like Scientology, which is totally gay.
I'm very serious about it. It's true, Paris Hilton did come to the Kabbalah Center once because her parents brought her and they wanted to help her and they were desperate. And suddenly Paris Hilton studies Kabbalah. I mean...
Yeah, I didn't know that. How is it a lucky number?
13 is the age when... that's why boys get bar mitzvahed at the age of 13, by the way. It's the age when the soul gets completely, like, sort of solidified in your bodies. When you come into your own...
Is this one of those Kabbalah things?
Uh-huh. Yeah, it is.
So you've been doing some spiritual searching,
Yeah.
kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a party, like a Kabbalah party in New York? I saw that there was like an invitation of some sort, didn't you?
In New York, no. I had a cocktail party.
A Kabbalah cocktail party?
Kabbalah.
Kabbalah, sorry.
Yeah. Well, Kabbalah if you're Israeli, I guess.
Now, how did you become involved in this?
A girlfriend of mine was going all the time and to these classes. They're classes. It's the Kabbalah Learning Center. And basically the Kabbalah is the mystical interpretation of the New Testament. And she kept telling me about this really charismatic rabbi named Eitan who told these great stories, and she kept going on and on about it, and and I said, listen, Susan, I'm not even Jewish. Why are you telling me these things? And she's like, you don't have to be Jewish. Just come and take a, study, and if you like it, well, you like it. If you don't, leave. So I did. And this is taking some Kabbalah classes.
Really?
It's really great. It's really great.
And what have you gotten out of it?
What I've gotten out of it? Listen, I couldn't get into it on a, in a 2-second sort of glib interview, but I mean, the thing about the Kabbalah is that there's similarities in the Kabbalah the Kabbalah has similarities with, say, Buddhism. The whole idea of cause and effect, and for every action there's a reaction, and that you absolutely are the master of your destiny, and that you have to take responsibility for the chaos in your life. You can't go around saying, "Oh, this happened to me, and this happened to me, and I'm a victim, and this happened to me." It's like you pull in what you put out, basically. And if you want to have goodness in your life, then you have to give it.
And I'm looking at your arm, and I'm told you have a similar tattoo to your son.
Yes.
Identical.
Yes. It's Hebrew, Aramaic. In Aramaic, it's phrasing. Hebrew's more like letters, not really meaning much, but it means something.
What does it
Aramaic, unconditional love. We were taking Kabbalah classes, and he said, well, let's choose 3 each and not tell each other which ones they are, and whichever one that's matching, that's the one we're going to get a tattoo. And we both chose unconditional
That's nice.
love.
That's the most important thing of being parents. Yes.
Yeah, I heard a good one. It's, it's not nice, but it's funny. These Jewish guys were gambling, and, Saul, one of the guys, they're playing poker, Saul drops dead in the middle of the poker game. So in order to show respect for the dead, they played poker standing up. And at the end of the game, one of them goes, somebody's going to have to go tell his wife. So Moshe volunteers, he'll go tell his wife. So he goes over to the house, he knocks on the door, he says to the wife, Saul is afraid to come home because he lost $500 in today's poker game. She goes, you tell him I said he should drop dead. And he said, I will. My family spent their lives in fear of pissing off God and Gentiles. A Jew is a person who thinks they know what everyone else thinks and that it is different from what they themselves think. Hi. My name is Roseanne Sherry Barr. My Hebrew name is Shana Rivka, and I wrote this book, Roseanarchy, Dispatches from the Nut Farm, and it's about my Jewish upbringing and my Jewish ethics and my Jewish everything. My book is kind of me rewriting Torah because, as they say, after you study Kabbalah for 50 years and are bearded, you are qualified to write commentary. And the kids now, they have this MILF thing, Mothers I'd Like to F. It's like kind of a porn thing. So the JILF is Jews I'd Like to. And it's about my generation of JILFs. and how we have we are the sexiest and hottest of all women who've ever lived, because we're, first of all, the most educated women who've ever lived. And we have, had a world open to us that wasn't open to any women before us. For instance, to be able to openly study Kabbalah is that's a new thing for JELFs. I just think it's just fantastic to be a Jewish person. It's just, the Jewish people are just a fantastic bunch of people, thinkers, creators, moralists, ethicists. We're just a great bunch of folk. And, I think the more people know that about us, the better it's going to be. I have a new reality show about trying to live your beliefs. I mean, really trying to live what you, how do we bring upper and lower? How do you reconcile upper and lower on this plane? And that's what my show is about. Wow, I got this belief. I have a belief in, as a Jew, of charity first. So my whole farming thing is about charity, and you'll find it, I hope that people of substance will find it interesting. My biggest thing that I always say to people is there's more than one kind of Jew, and there's more than one kind of Jewish opinion. I really think we really need to keep saying that. I'm running for President of these United States of America, as well as Prime Minister of Israel. It's a twofer, but I believe that that is my right as a Jewish American and a person with dual citizenship, and also a person who is of, whose family are Cohens and whose family name is David. I believe that I, above all other candidates, have the right to ascend to the position of power of Prime Minister in order to save Israel and to make Jerusalem, as promised to the Jewish people, a city of international brotherhood. And I guarantee that I will accomplish all that as Prime Minister within 1 year, because I know how. Kolod balevav panima nefesh Yehudi homiyah olfate mizracha dima ayin letzion Sophia Od lat balevatika tevu hatikva shnat alpayim. The rest is going to be hard.
היד, גילי, אתה צועק ואתה בהלוויה, עוד שנייה מוריד ככה.
Before was crying, and people said to me, the rabbis are not crying, it's true, the rabbis understand the crying. We have to bear it to see the...
How are you? Good, please. Let's try to get some together. Wait. Pick up. Another way.
Welcome to the deep mystical studies of the Zohar.
So the reason we study, and that's part of the power of the letters of the Zohar that we're reading in Aramaic, it's a channel to draw light and healing and opening our heart in a such deeper level beyond logic.
So what's on the menu tonight?
Manifesting blessings in this world.
That's all I want to do.
How do you see it in your life? Because you are a big manifestor.
Well, I can think all the way back to the first time I ever wrote a song. I was living in an abandoned synagogue with a band. I would sneak into the basement and I would just start playing guitar, learning how to play the drums, all those things. Nobody taught me, but I remember the first time I wrote a song. I was just strumming chords, like the 3 chords I knew. I wrote the whole thing, the verse, the chorus, the bridge, and then I stopped and it was almost like I'd been possessed. Like I know it sounds corny, but wait, where did that come from? Wait, how? I don't understand. I didn't even want to be a singer. But I was really blown away. When I'm writing songs, I don't use a computer or my phone. I have to write with my hand. It always feels like I'm channeling something. It's not something I'm intellectually trying to do.
The light and your own soul placed you in this scenario to reveal your true potential.
It's like everything happens for a reason.
It's easier said than done.
Absolutely. But step number 1, radical acceptance that every aspect of my past was divinely orchestrated to help me to learn my lessons and to grow. That's the goal, is to be able to elevate our vibration towards the energy of love. So are we ready for that?
So ready.
From her often raunchy image, it's generating just as much publicity. Madonna's in the country because of her interest in an ancient spiritual movement, and that is stirring up a lot more than the usual fan and media frenzy. CTV's Janice Mackey-Frayer has more.
The stage is usually bigger, the crowd a little rowdier. Still, Madonna took this performance seriously to deliver the inevitable message.
But we all have one thing in common. We want to create peace in the world.
The singer, who calls herself Esther, arrived last week to study Kabbalah, or Jewish mysticism. In vogue as far as spiritual fashions go, so is the red string bracelet said to ward off the evil eye. That thread hasn't really worked for her here. Political protesters accuse her of ignoring the Palestinians, while religious critics say she and others are trying to take the express route to something Jews need years to learn. And some rabbis insist Kabbalah is reserved for men, not a provocative pop star better known for lewd moves and music videos, bare-all books on sex, and that kiss. Madonna! Local media are enamored by it all. They report on where she goes, what she eats, even the scuffles between bodyguards and photographers. More than 2,000 police officers are assigned to secure her sacred journey of flashing lights and armored convoys that has been anything but low profile.
No, if you leave us alone for 5 minutes, we'll let you take our picture, okay?
There was little privacy to pray at a grave, and a visit to the Western Wall, one of Judaism's holiest sites, didn't move beyond the back seat.
She had to touch and feel the vibe. You don't feel the vibe if you sit in a van.
Still, people here felt her. She is the biggest celebrity to visit in years. It is no more dangerous than New York, she said, and likely no less chaotic. Janice Mackey-Frayer, CTV News.
Has done it again, marrying for the second.
God. Please, please, no. Madonna! Please. Okay. Hey, Lola.
Miss, thank you.
I'm completing the trilogy of tattoos that I plan to do, so this is my third one. Do you know what it means? Yeah. The Hebrew word, it means kissed.
Yeah, you said it at lunch.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Oh, that's pretty. I like it.
Just remember, you asked for it.
Wait, but then do the other line.
I'm going to. Stop bossing me around. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, I'm the worst.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand.
Yeah. That's it.
Look, it's my first tattoo, okay?
Hey.
Sorry about that. Just, don't tell anybody I did it.
Madonna spent her weekend getting a new tattoo, which she showed off a design from the Kabbalah book 10 Luminous Emanation. The singer took to her Instagram story to share a design that featured on the cover of 10 Luminous Emanations. Along with the snap, she captioned 10 Luminous Emanations in which God becomes manifest. However, Madonna became involved with Eastern mysticism and the Kabbalah after being introduced by actress Sandra Bernard. Her study of the Kabbalah, which is a set of teaching that study the creation of the universe and its relation to God, have also been featured in her music. Her albums like Ray of Light and Music featured songs that reflect her long-time interest in mysticism, as she explained her religious beliefs in a 2019 interview.
Freddie DeMann told me, hey, don't be defensive, relax, what's your problem?
Wait, I'm wearing my Lucifer ring, watch out.
Okay. Lucifer ring, what is that and why? Who is Lucifer?
I'll tell you about it later.
Oh, hey.
Passion. As you can see here, with Lucifer, the god of Freemasonry, giving her oral sex.
Madonna knew all the rituals. She's a pro at it. She loves the Kabbalah. She doesn't even hide it, right? She was worshiping the Baphomet right in front of the world, and people just thought it was a great performance. She even had the crown of the Baphomet on top of her head. indicating that there is a ritual and a sacrifice to be placed 7 days after her performance. 7 represents in the scriptures as well as numerology. What you guys don't understand is a lot of numerology goes way back into biblical times, but man has taken it for evil door things for his own settings. This picture here illustrates everything. Madonna with the crown of the Baphomet and her hands in position as the Baphomet. This performance for halftime was definitely letting the elites know someone higher up will be sacrificed. But let's not get it twisted. All the elites and all the superstars already knew who it was going to be, including Monica and Brandy.
I would like to report a criminal book that to the police out there. If you're law enforcement, you need to be very much aware of this. This is a very dangerous book that I'm going to be showing, and incredibly dangerous. And I will show you the quote, and I'll let you read it for yourself. Okay, you can make up your own mind. This is the book right here. Talmud. There are 24 volumes of this, and it's an extremely evil book. And the people that are into this are very evil people. Okay, let me show you what we have here. This will be page, bookmark here, page 76. Okay, right there. I'm going to show you with my overhead camera set up so you can actually see it and read it for yourself. All right, here we have page 76. I'm not even going to read this. You can pause this and read it for yourself. This is not some kind of a thing of it's just poetic or just whatever else. You're reading something right here. They are giving ages of less than 3 years old is not liable for punishment in this system right here. All right, so you can read this whole thing here. Hopefully that comes in nice and clear for you. And I have a few things I'd like to...
This is the book of Kabbalah. It so happened that the Jewish people, this is what they study and this is what they worship. They're not dealing with the Bible at all. They're not dealing with the Torah at all. They're dealing with the Kabbalah. Madonna is a Kabbalist now. All your rich stars become Kabbalists. Britney Spears is a Kabbalist now. Let's see who their Lord is. Go, open that thing up. Here he is. There go your guy. There he is. Welcome to the party. Here it is. Somebody hold it up so they can see it. Right there. I need you to, right there. Let me slide him up in there. Train up a child the way he should go. All right? You see how they just putting Satan in there? They have a movie out, The Labyrinth, something Labyrinth. And this guy is...
Look, just watch. Oh, look at this. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. Me neither. Apparently the baseball guy...
I know. The whole place is weird. There's the water tank. Huh. So through here would have been the place where you used to do regular satanic rituals. I think you do get some crazy people coming up here doing some crazy stuff, like this guy. Oh my days, what has happened here? What is all this?
It's the dude has a coat.
Is it?
I don't think. I've never seen these words before.
That's right. So you step inside Alistair Crowley's house and look at this. Some sort of ritual's been going down with names and symbols I have never even heard of. Let me show you some of these names. Right. This is madness. Wow.
Spells have been cast over that fire.
Yeah. Look, people's come here and that was a legit bench there. Yeah, it's not great, is it? Oh dear. Yeah, look at that fireplace. I'm sure some spells have been cast right here. Look at his shelf there, there would have been all sorts of potions and that out there.
New.
Today, dawn, the 20th century, with hopes of freedom, happiness, and peace. Here we are, folks, at Chicago's world-famed Century of Progress, the spectacular fair that was started by a beam of light from the star Arcturus. Here's the famous Avenue of Flags, a beautiful flag-bedecked boulevard, every foot of its magnificent concourse filled with an endless stream of pleasure seekers. Like a sentinel commanding the sun, stands the Hall of Science, saluting the waters of the shimmering lagoon. It's before this map-covered dome, the back view of the exhibit, 1,000,000 years ago.
There y'all can see it close, the all-seeing eye of Satan right there. This motherfucker. Y'all can see this is the destruction of New York City, which is going to come. And y'all can see the collapse of the economy. You know what I'm saying? And then of course they got the predictive programming with the twin towers, shit like that. You can see it. And then of course they got that. One more time. And then here's all the satanic New Age religions that they get ready to push very soon, the Kabbalah, and then the rise of the Antichrist. Y'all can see that right there. And then the horsemen of the apocalypse. And this too.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322?
First of all, he's not the nominee. And, look, I look forward...
Are you prepared to lose?
No, I'm not going to lose.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us?
Not much, because it's a secret.
Is there a secret handshake? Is there a secret code?
I wish there were something secret I could manifest.
322, a secret number?
There are all kinds of secrets, Tim, but one thing...
With the end of the Cold War, Henry Kissinger pointed out in his superb book on diplomacy, he said, "None of the most important countries which must build a new world order have had any experience with the multi-state system that is emerging. Never before has a new world order had to be assembled from so many different perceptions or on so global a scale. Nor has any previous order had to combine the attributes of the historic balance of power system with global democratic opinion and the exploding technology of the contemporary period." That was written in 1994, and it may be even more relevant today.
This is an historic moment. We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
When things are shifting, there's going to be a new world order out there.
Just clap for that, you stupid bastard.
This will be the time because you really need world order, financial world order.
This alternative vision argues that ordinary men and women are too small-minded to govern their own affairs. That order and progress can only come when individuals surrender their rights to an all-powerful sovereign.
We are here who develops a great narrative, the story for the future. But in order to shape the future, you have first to imagine the future, you have to design the future, and then you have to execute.
Of how we can really create, I would say, a new world order.
For the first time in history, foreign policy has become global. Communications are instantaneous, and there exist problems which are genuinely not national, like environment, nuclear proliferation, and similar issues. So in this sense, we are living in a new world, and a new world order will emerge. The only question is whether it will arise out of intellectual and moral insight and by design, or whether it will be forced on mankind by a series of catastrophes. That's the challenge of our period. And it makes it, to my mind, one of the most exciting periods in which anybody can live.
Aaron and I are standing here on the floor now with former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who was here ringing the bell, commemorating 30 years of U.S.-China relations, which of course were made possible by the hard work that Secretary Kissinger did while serving under President Nixon. We welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for being with us.
Good to be here.
The obvious first question is the situation in Gaza. That's an area of the world you have worked very hard on. What is your view? How serious is this?
We have to remember, Israel withdrew from Gaza unconditionally in 2005. And they are reacting to rocket attacks that have been launched out of Gaza. So the problem is, can those rocket attacks be stopped? And then they will have to stop their military operation. It's a complicated situation, but it's one that I believe will be solved, because if peace is to evolve in the Middle East, Israel has to take its responsibilities, but the moderate Arab nations have to take responsibility for the conduct of Israel's neighbors.
Do you believe that this is, some people say that everything will stop a few days before the Obama inauguration, that this is all very politically motivated? Do you think that's true?
I think it's a continuing process. The fundamental problem is, can Gaza conduct itself in a way that it is not a military threat to Israel? Then there will have to be a negotiation eventually, and soon, between Israel and the Palestinians about an overall peace settlement.
What do you think the most important thing is for Barack Obama? Obviously, you're here to talk about the anniversary for U.S.-China diplomatic relations, but if you had to say this is going to be the country or the conflict or the place that will define the Obama administration, what would it be?
The president-elect is coming into office at a moment when there are upheavals in many parts of the world simultaneously. You have India, Pakistan, you have the jihadist movement. So he can't really say there is one problem that is the most important one. But he can give a new impetus to American foreign policy, partly because the reception of him is so extraordinary around the world. I think his task will be to develop an overall strategy for America in this period when really a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity. It isn't just a crisis.
Are you confident about the people President-elect Obama has chosen to surround him? Because he does not have a great deal of experience.
No, he has appointed an extraordinarily able group of people in both the international and financial field.
Mr. Secretary, we thank you very much for your time.
Dr. Kissinger, thank you very much.
Nice to see you.
Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, and her celebrating the 30th anniversary of opening diplomatic relations with China.
It's amazing, which was
and it all started with a ping pong match,
courageous thing, right?
Or whatever it was.
And now we told you that there was a reason that the commissioner of the NBA was here, David Stern. We talk about U.S.-China relations. There is a reason. It's a fascinating one, and our sports business. What your message is to the Iraqi people who are wondering.
You're free, and freedom is beautiful. And, it'll take time to restore chaos and order, but order out of chaos, but we will. Yeah, John.
Oh, love to you too. Thank you. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. And that's going to be enough. Did you make a mark here?
I didn't make a mark about it. So when we see like what is this extra?
Exactly.
That's the only reason, the only way. There might have been one other one. I don't think so. But when I did that one, I'm like, wait a second, we got another one like that. So I don't know. At some point, I doubt it.
Lucifer, what is your problem?
Just that, sir.
Okay.
I'm a Christian, sir.
I'm pure and virtuous and wholesome and innocent. How can you say anything bad about me?
Sir, you need to be born again.
I am born again.
Now, did you just say that you are Lucifer?
I am Lucifer.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy...
Virtuous.
Virtuous. Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh, man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
Oh,
Amen.
God bless you,
Amen.
brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light.
No.
And you're
What about those
confirming
hospitals?
You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not do these good deeds in your name? And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said it?
In Matthew chapter 5.
Mercy.
No.
That's hard to believe.
So you're a Christian and you don't know that. Actually,
No, I really am.
you are.
Because I'm pure and virtuous.
You're pure and virtuous, okay, yeah. In other words, you're perfect without Jesus, right?
No.
Okay, tell me about Jesus. Who is Jesus?
Well, he's my leader.
Is he the Son of God?
Yes, he
Is he the only worshipful master?
Yes.
Have you ever been called worshipful master?
No, because I've just been too busy. I've been working.
Working?
Been working to help people.
What
like
kind
you.
of work? Okay.
Get out of here.
See, this is what a Mason confesses, is that Lucifer is light. You heard it?
You know how close we are to the mall?
About a mile.
About a mile?
Sure. Get a picture of that over there. He said we're a mile. A mile. All right. I think we good. We good. Okay.
Had all the African American.
This sucker is huge, boy. The 33, everything. Shit. Colorado.
North Carolina. Iowa.
Missouri. Some boy. Well, man, got the 33, the Eagle. We all know this was all staged, man, you know what I'm saying? They used to have that Pike statue, you know what I'm saying? But all they got left, man, is that 33, you know what I'm saying? Order out of chaos, man, because very soon, this devil about to push this new world order very soon. You know what I'm saying? Shit. What's that?
Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry. Lucifer is the light bearer, and that you should doubt it not. From their own
When rioting and looting broke out in our nation's capital, I very quickly deployed the National Guard. I said, get them in. After watching for an evening or two, we stopped the violence and restored peace and order to the streets. And last night they had a little breakout again. They ripped down a statue that was 110 years old, beautiful piece of art, in front of the police precinct with our radical left mayor watching on television. We're not happy. That's going to be very expensive for D.C. They're always looking for money. We need more money. We always need more money. And then they don't do the proper job. So it's not going to be good for Mayor Bowser. Mayor Bowser.
Meanwhile, the statue of Confederate General Albert Pike, toppled by protesters in D.C. 5 years ago, is now being reinstalled. The National Park Service says the restoration is in part because of President Donald Trump's executive order to, quote, beautify the district and to reinstate pre-existing statues. The 11-foot statue is the only outdoor sculpture in the district honoring a Confederate general.
You see the statue right here? It was just reinstalled by the Trump administration here in D.C. But it's not just any statue. It's caused a lot of controversy. It's the only outside statue of a Confederate general in the nation's capital. It depicts General Albert Pike. And at the height of the protests following the murder of George Floyd in 2020, it was pulled down by protesters using ropes and chains. It was even set on fire. Now, several times DC officials tried to get the statue removed, suggesting it be put in a museum, but they were unsuccessful. Now, the Trump administration has decided to put it back up under the direction of the president's executive order to, quote, beautify the nation's capital. But some say it does quite the opposite by celebrating someone who was dishonorable to his own country. What are your thoughts?
Shalom, y'all. So I was just trying to point out, y'all, that, you know what I'm saying, these secret societies, man, they're still here, man. As you can, oh shit, I see that truck is in the way, but as y'all can see, man, you know, this is the Rosicrucian order, man. You know what I'm saying? And we know these people, they worship Satan. And, you know, these secret societies, man, they're still here to this day, man, you know? And I just wanted to, you know, point this out. And, you know, they're still here, man, you know? But anyway, man, I'm finna go and just take a picture. And I just want to say shalom, man. You know, share this, whatever, man. All right, I'm out.
So if there's a mistake, there's one that didn't get the price change. Okay. But you know, don't think about it too much because I might just be overthinking.
Worst case scenario, if we sell it, if it says on the old statute $36, we're already up to 38.
This guy messaged me. It's almost too much. Basically, he's got a lot of tech and social media and all that kind of abilities. So I sent him the link. He reached out to me first, but
You're listening to the Classical King Christmas Channel on KING FM HD3 Seattle and streaming worldwide at King.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Have you been to California?
Yeah, I've been to California before.
Yeah, which area?
North,
middle, south. It's kind of long.
LA.
LA. Okay, very good. The busy spot.
It's pretty.
Yeah, this is
pretty
really
neat.
cool.
Yeah.
Have you been before?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. First time, great. We're a level 1 arboretum as well, so we have 50 identified trees on the grounds.
Okay.
And then back here is Sustained Page manages the garden back here, and it's really nice. And then over here is the labyrinth, further back.
Oh, this is all in the back.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'll grab you a little map. So
So you mean like when you come
through
out?
this back door here.
Excuse me, sir. Is it?
There's a little courtyard. The bamboo was planted in 1962 by one of our members long ago. So it's just a little courtyard. And too cold. And there's a bit close. But when you leave, you can walk out to that way. We have a library in the back. 1960.
I'm gonna go out. I promise. I'm sorry. I'm gonna just look at manly PR on this if we can get out. Please, mama. It'll be quick. Okay.
Yeah. So should I wait for the package?
Well,
Or just resend it?
honestly, probably we should just resend it. Unless I go back. How about in the morning resend it?
I can resend it tomorrow morning.
And then by then maybe we'll.
Yashiro. Anyway, I wanted to say, hey, scriptures say we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the principalities and the root of darkness of this world, and a world that you can't see. You know what I'm saying? And man, these are the people, man, that are controlling your world, man. You know, this is where your celebrities like Jay-Z, you know, Beyonce, Rihanna, this is what they sell out to, man, because they look up to, you know, Aleister Crowley's teachings. You know, do as thou wilt. You know, but I just wanted to show this to y'all, man. And you know what I'm saying? It's time to wake up, man, and know who your enemy is, man. All right, and these things do exist, man. All right, it absolutely exists, man. These Satanists and what they practice, man, they exist, man. But anyway, man, I just want to say, wake up, man. Wake up. Share this video, please. Share it on BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble. Please get this truth out. All right, I'm out.
Any election in Mexico. You know, these days.
I don't think you had any books. Well, I mean, you got some, right?
Oh, Allison.
No, he's been doing some now, but this guy, there's everybody. Is it him or no? There's another guy. It's like part-time. They got a book on Aleister Crowley. This guy, man. That's Pablo. Yeah, but he like zooms in. So here, I'd rather over-explain. Because I have a tendency to under-explain, and then people are like, what are you talking about? Have an opinion about what someone else is doing. Alright, let me record hours. So what I'm gonna do right now is cut all of these by 2. Okay. And I always cut it at the very bottom so that there's plenty, so that for the tape to go on. The tape, yep. And so I'm gonna start chopping at the top, like the highest number, so then as I build them up, the lowest number will be on top. Okay. And then we'll go through back and put the stars on. Okay. All of his videos are zoomed in on someone's face from our YouTube channel. That's it. And he's getting paid like a part-time salary from some other state doing it remote. And it's like, I can see the work. I sat in a meeting with him and Jess one time when they wanted me to do some social media stuff that I never ended up doing. But he's like, it's like, yeah, I've got the analytics from all social media, shows this. I'm like, dude, Facebook.
Yeah, there's like a little courtyard. It's, the bamboo was planted in 1962 by one of our members long ago. So it's just a little courtyard. And too cold, and there's a bit close. So when you leave, you can walk out to that way. We have a library in the back.
Classical King Christmas channel on KING FM HD3 Seattle and streaming worldwide at King.
just a living disorder out there,
Yeah.
or it's too special. But this guy should just come here.
And we're gonna be, and he reached out to me first, but I can't.
I don't think you had any clicks. Well, you got some right here.
Oh, Allison.
Fuck.
Not like you're not getting any type of certification for free, but there's all kinds of things that, like people study, usually groups usually too, it's like that's what they're doing, they get together and kind of just either reading or discussing, all kinds of things. But our thing is kind of like, everyone has their own path, there's different things that classes we teach, but just trying to respect the diversity of, people's spiritual belief systems. And that's kind of
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Have you been to California?
Yeah, I've been to California before.
Yeah, which area?
North,
middle, south. It's kind of long.
LA.
LA. Okay, very good. The busy spot.
It's pretty.
Yeah, this is
pretty
really
neat.
cool.
Yeah.
Have you been before?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. First time, great. We're a level 1 arboretum as well, so we have 50 identified trees on the grounds.
Okay.
And then back here is Sustained Page manages the garden back here, and it's really nice. And then over here is the labyrinth, further back.
Oh, this is all in the back.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'll grab you a little map. So,
So you mean like when you come
through
out?
this back door here.
Excuse me, sir.
Is it?
Quick shot, Mr. Jason. Hey. So you're at 113.40. If you're ever interested in joining the savings club, it's $25 for the first year. You'll get 10% off the store. Okay. So when they drop off, they do it halfway.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay. Is your first name? Your last name? Can I get
Look at that, people. Look at that. That demon. Look at this, people.
I'm just giving you a little bit of harassment from SNC.
harassment?
There was
Oops.
this little
Okay, so we'll just tag everything, and when those are the last two, we'll figure that out. I'd rather over-explain, because I have a tendency to under-explain, and then people are like, "What are you talking about?" Too? Okay, today is Wednesday.
listening to the Classical King Christmas channel on KING FM HD3 Seattle and streaming worldwide at King.
There's a little courtyard. It's, the bamboo was planted in 1962 by one of our members long ago. So it's just a little courtyard. And too cold, and there's a bit close. But when you leave, you can walk out to that way. We have a library in the back.
We're each on a unique spiritual path. While our paths may differ on the surface, there are truths and values we all share. Truths that transcend our religions, philosophies, and traditions. Values that support an open and connected community. At the Theosophical Society in America, we seek with open minds, respect the unity of all life, transform through inner awareness. Since 1875, we have not wavered in our mission to uplift the consciousness of humanity. Today, we're working harder than ever to uphold these sacred values by offering resources that span all spiritual paths. Explore rich and diverse online and in-person programs. Browse hundreds of videos on our YouTube channel. Utilize our world-class spiritual library. Discover all the ways you can nurture your spiritual growth. Transform yourself. Transform our world.
Yeah.